program. I put what I thought I should put on there, and I knew that I had a agreed order at this nursing board already, so I didn't know I had to disclose that too, since it was already on my file. So that's what happened there. And as far as the, my license being, suspended, yes, I did work for a doctor that I put my trust in, and, things went south. So, I mean, I was caught up in the middle of what was going on in his office.
At this time, Mr. Walker may have some questions for you, and then the members of the hearing panel may have some questions for you.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Freda, will you state your name, county residence, and where you're currently employed?
My name is Freda Covington. I live in Forest County, and I'm employed with, USM Child Care Center.
How long have you been there?
I've been there for, April the 29th to be a year.
And what do you do there?
I am an assistant, teacher, early educator.
Where were you at before you were at the USM Child Care?
I didn't work. I took care of my uncle at home.
How long were you out of work?
4 years,
Was that from when?
2019.
Okay. So when you were suspended and lost your license? Okay. When you were a nurse, can you tell us a little bit about your work history, where you were at as a nurse when you worked as a nurse?
Well, I've worked, in nursing homes, hospitals. I traveled a little bit, and I worked as a supervisor at Select Special Hospital.
Where were you at when you in 2019 when you lost your license?
I worked at a nursing home in Collins, landmark of Collins, as a treatment nurse and supervisor.
How long were you there?
I was there for 3 years.
And before the nursing home, where were you at then?
I worked in nursing agencies.
Travel nursing?
No, well, here in Mississippi, different agencies.
Can you tell us where you were at?
I worked at Whitfield some through the agency. I worked, I started at Select Special Hospital with an agency, and then I went on full time with them. And just different nursing homes, wherever they sent me to.
Wherever they were going. Did you have any issues while you were there? Yeah. Any disciplinary issues?
I've never been written up on any job.
No. So I looked at what you had, I think, in what's been submitted and what we have on your paperwork. I think in your application on page 67, you answered questions on there. I believe you said you just came off of, I understand that you just came off of a supervised release last month. Is that correct?
It's in 2 years ago.
2 years ago?
But it was in January of, I think it was in January of, you said it's on page 61.
Well, it says, if you look at page 67, that the question was number 6 on the application. It says, are you currently on any licensure or court ordered probation? And your answer is, I'm currently on home confinement until February 18th, 2020. Also on March 24th, 2022, I will begin supervised release probation for 3 years. So that would put it at last month. Is that correct?
I came off, I only did 2 years, so I came off in 24.
Okay. So you've been off now for about a year?
Yes.
Did you have any issues? I'm assuming you didn't, since you came off early, but were there any issues while you're on probation?
Oh.
Can you tell us what about the circumstances? What led to that conviction that you had?
I was working for a doctor in Ocean Springs.
You may have to speak in that mic.
Oh. I work for a physician in Ocean Springs as a marketer and market for patients for his weight loss program, Botox and weight loss, Botox and vein stripping. And we did telemeds. And as we called the patients, as we talked to the patients and told them what he was offering doing the weight loss, Botox, and vein stripping, we would call him on telemeds, FaceTime, and he would take over and explain what he did for the patients, or what he can do for the patients, and how he went about doing it. As seeing them on telemeds, he asked them their family histories, their histories, and I took the vital signs and the weight and gave it to him, and he wrote everything down on paper.
So were you working as a nurse, or you said marketing? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, we was marketing, but while I was talking to the patient, he would ask me to get their vital signs for him, doing telemarketing. And I would get their vital signs, and he would talk to them about their family histories and their histories and stuff. I didn't per se talk to them about that.
So where was this at again?
It was in Ocean Springs. His office was.
And how long did you work there?
I worked there for 8 months.
And when was that again?
That was in 2014, I think.
And so how did you end up working doing that?
Well, he and I worked together at Select Specialty Hospital, and he was venturing out, opening his own clinic, and he asked me if I would work for him. And I went over there to his clinic and looked around to see what was going on, how things was gonna be over there, what he was actually offering and doing at his clinic, and that's how I started working for him.
So you pled guilty to defrauding a healthcare, essentially. Can you tell us about that? What went on?
Okay, after my attorney talked to the federal prosecuting attorneys, she felt that it was in my best interest to go ahead and plead guilty to the charge that they was charging me with, conspiracy to defraud the insurance company, something like healthcare fraud. And she said with the evidence against me, the best thing for me to do is plead guilty. So I asked her to show me the evidence that was brought up against me. And she said, well, it was too much to even go through. And I said, well, what did I do besides send him patients, word of mouth, people that I knew, people that I worked with? What did I do? Well, by me sending the patients to them, they said I was in cahoots with him, but his wife was the one that was training me, and she was a registered nurse. And of all the registered nurses, well, I'm the one getting in trouble. We all doing the same thing. So that's how it happened.
So did you ever receive any money from her or anything based off of what y'all were doing?
Yeah, he paid us.
And you signed this agreed settlement proposal, I think, surrendering your license in 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
One of the other things I said on your, and it may just be a typo on the time frame. In your employment history on 69, you put that you worked at Blessing Hearts from 19 to 21. But
Oh,
you-
yeah.
But you surrendered in 20. Is that just a mistake on the time frame, or?
Got to be a mistake because I didn't work with that license.
Okay, I was just wanting for clarification.
I actually didn't work when I got the letter from here. I didn't work no other nursing jobs
Stop
that
that.
day.
Would you, because you've had a history of with the shoplifting and other charges, would you agree you've had a little bit of criminal trouble in your past since you've been licensed? Kind of began?
That was before I got
Before?
licensed. All that was before, it's been about 30 years ago. And since I had my license, I haven't been in no trouble.
Why'd you not disclose on the original one? Why did you not disclose your shoplifting charge?
Because I thought I put contempt of court on there, because that's what, when I went to the, when I was applied for my nursing license, I went to the courthouse in Laura. My charge on the paperwork was contempt of court. That's probably, I mean, I guess I put that on there. I can't remember because it was in 2001.
Well, I guess the reason I'm asking, because you've got this that you pled guilty to with the fraud in the healthcare scheme. You've had 2 instances with the board where you haven't been disclosed information. So it kind of looks like you have a little bit of a pattern with disclosing information, I guess is the best way to put that. Do you see where I'm coming from there?
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but like I said, for the RN program, I didn't put it on my application because I knew I already had an agreed order here.
Okay. So you took some courses on page 68. Can you tell us what made you choose those courses that you got listed on 68? And I believe the certificates they're probably in here, but these are the courses that you listed you took as your CLEs,
CEUs,
CEUs, sorry.
because it was on the restoration package that I received from here.
Mhm.
Those classes was on there to choose from. So,
Okay. So was it just because they were the ones to choose?
okay.
Have you any type of counseling or anything that you've done?
Say what now?
Have you done any type of counseling? Did you say counselor had any therapy done?
Yeah, I did some counseling in Hattiesburg.
How long you did the counseling?
I don't know exactly how many months it was. I think it was 8 months.
8 months. When was that?
It was in I think it was in 22.
22, so it's been a couple of years. Do you think it helped with anything?
Yeah, it helped me.
Is that something you consider doing again? Being a counselor?
If I need to, I will. If I have any problems, I will.
So how long has it been since you've practiced as a nurse?
It's been over 5 years.
In the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's been about 5 years.
Do you think, I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Bridge.
Since it was the end of 2019, I don't think I've worked as a nurse since then. 2019, I think.
Do you think that you'd have any issues, if you get your license back, do you think that you would have any issues practicing safely?
No, sir. I
Um,
don't feel like I have issues working as a nurse. Because nursing is my passion, and that's what I've done for a while. And since I've been, oh, okay, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. And since I've been home, not working as a nurse, I've helped several family members with their skills while they're in nursing school, and help them to study for their exams and stuff and their NCLEX. So, you know, I do have a real passion for nursing.
do you have something lined up or a job that you're wanting to get? If you get your license back, is there something that you're wanting to do, or do you have a plan?
Yes, sir. I do have a couple places that I have talked to people about working, and one is Forest County Jail, and I'm in school right now, and I've spoken to one of my professors about a daycare center that will help take care of sick children if that's feasible in the state of Mississippi. I hadn't checked into, to see if I can do that or if it can be done with sick children, because I know a lot of sick parents right now, be wishing it was somewhere they can take their kids to while they're sick and cannot attend the daycare that I work at. They have voiced that they wish they could take their kids somewhere like to a place where a nurse can take care of them and administer medication while they work. So, I thought about, opening something like that too.
What are you in school for?
I go to school right now, for child and family science. That's for childcare, educator.
So you have a passion for teaching, is that kind of that too, what I'm getting?
Well, yes, sir.
Is there, looking back at your guilty plea, is there something that you would do differently?
Yes, sir. I feel like I would, ask my attorney to take her time and show me what, brought them to the conclusion for me to plead guilty and not just tell me this would be for in my best interest, because I did not understand legal jargon. And I was so nervous and upset during that time to, the trauma that set in, like, I couldn't grasp it.
Yeah, I understand. I guess my question is more toward your involvement and your actions with it.
Oh, yeah. If I could do it over again, I wouldn't work for him, because I wouldn't work for a doctor that I don't know. I would do my background checks on him, because we as nurses work for doctors, we put our trust in them as we're working for them. But yeah, I would do extensive background check on him in his office and what kind of work they do.
So I only have one more question, is why should the panel grant you your petition, grant you your license back?
Well, I know in the past I have, like you said, been dishonest on my paperwork. And I ain't gonna say it was, I'm not gonna be blaming that I didn't know it all, and I don't know it all. But just like I said, the second one, I really didn't read into it and ask questions about it. I just filled the paperwork out and felt like it was already on file. It'll be there, they can see it or whatever. But I am an honest person. I have, regained my faith in Christ, and that's the way I live. And right now, for Christ I live, for Christ I die. And as I work, I don't impose my religion on no one. But if someone comes to me and I feel like I can help them, I will be there to help them, not only while they're sick, but some people need mental help as well. Not physically, like health. When I say sick, like I'm not mentally sick, I'm sorry, not mentally sick, but their body's sick. Yeah, I can help them there, but I want to be able to help them in other ways as well. So I'm educating myself more into being able to help people, not only sick people, but anybody that comes to me that needs help. And for as my nursing license being reinstated, I feel like I can still help the community. I can still help the nursing profession, even though I've started out the wrong way, but I'm ending the right way. And this being a help to somebody in the community or in their homes, or however I can be of help in service to them. And as God would lead me, and I follow his direction, I feel like I would end on a better note than I started on.
Sure. I have no further questions, John.
All right, any questions from the hearing panel for Ms. Covington?
Ms. Covington, I have just a few questions, and I want to tell you and your daughter too, thank you for coming and talking to us about your journey. I want to tell you that I think it's commendable that when you were not able to work as a nurse, you found a way to serve in helping children. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
So as it's been said today, you know, you're here trying to get your license restored. And so the burden of, you know, making that case is yours to make. And so I have some questions and concerns, frankly, about that case. And that's what I want to address. One of the things that you mentioned, and I think it was Mr. Walker's last question, you said something about that we work as nurses, we work for doctors, and we put our trust in them. Is that a fair recollection of what you said? So as I think, do you understand that as a registered nurse, that you have an independent license to practice?
Yes, ma'am.
It's not dependent or connected in any way to a physician's license to practice medicine.
Yes, ma'am.
So in essence, that what you're saying, that we work for doctors and put our trust in them, is a false assumption.
Well, maybe I should have said, we work for doctors and we trust that they're doing the right thing.
Right, so, okay. Well, that goes back, I think, to the issue when you said you worked with this physician at Specialty Care Hospital. So how long had you worked with him and how well did you know him at that point? In terms of his ethics?
I think we worked together for maybe less than a year.
Okay. And then you talked about you went to work for him and you described your work first as a marketer. And did you use your RN license to work in that clinic?
No, ma'am, I mainly worked out,
What does that
like,
mean?
like, going out talking to people using the telemed, computers and stuff like that. Once we sent patients to him, we
Did you
referred
ever-
patients to him.
I'm sorry, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
No, I cut you
Okay.
off.
We referred patients to him, and as we were in the field, with the patients, he talked to the patients on the iPads, FaceTime.
You were physically outside a clinic
Yes, ma'am.
doing, okay. Did you wear a badge that indicated you were an RN?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you also said that you practiced as a nurse up until 2019.
Up until 2000 okay, I was arrested on June the 19th, 2019. And I worked through November, I want to say. I can't remember now, but I know I have got a letter in the mail in November stating that my license had been suspended on a Friday, and I didn't work after that.
So during the time that you worked in this weight loss, vein stripping, Botox clinic that you described, that is inclusive of that time. In essence, you testified that you did work as a nurse during that time.
It was before 2019. That was in 2014, I want to say, at his clinic.
Okay. So your testimony is that you were not practicing as a nurse when you were working at his clinic.
No, ma'am.
So that
I
is
was
also-
marketing.
Okay. And yet you identified as an RN.
I had RN on my badge.
Right. So as an independent license holder, as a registered nurse, and I'm telling you, you probably know this already, but you're held to a different standard of your performance. And when you identify yourself as a registered nurse, you are thereby practicing within the scope of a registered nurse.
Well, while we were seeing patients in the field, I did take vital signs and weight for him.
All right. I don't think that I really don't have any other questions. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I've got a couple. I'm just trying to clarify here. You all out. So following up on what Dr. Stewart said, you worked in this clinic, you went out into the field. Was he in the clinic at Ocean Springs?
Yes, he worked in the clinic in Ocean Springs.
He was physically in the clinic at Ocean Springs.
Sometimes patients, sometimes when he talked to, patients, he wasn't in the clinic. Because I remember seeing him in his car.
So you would go out into the community, you would procure patients, and then you would call in on what he called a telehealth visit.
Yes.
And so he would talk to them, get a physical history, all this.
Mm-hmm.
You would take blood pressure, vital signs, whatever he asked you to do.
Yes.
And then what would happen after that? Would he tell you, did you write a prescription for him?
No.
What was your part after he did? What did you do?
He spoke to the patients. He wrote all the scripts and sent them to the pharmacy that he wanted to send them to. And that was it. I mainly just like if I recommend someone to see him for weight loss or whatever they wanted, then word of mouth, people would call me asking me about it. And I would set up an appointment with him and them to talk, on the computer, on the iPad.
So did you ever give injections? Did you ever give
No.
IVs? Did you
No.
do any of that in the community?
No.
Okay. So the only thing you did was go out and procure patients for him, set up telehealth visits, and then he did the rest. The most nursing thing you did was take vitals,
Vital signs, yes, sir. And weights.
weights and vital signs. Did anybody off the street?
Say what now?
Did anybody off the street you do?
Yes.
You pretty much did practice any nursing skills. Other than basic.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Did you do any assessments or he did all that himself?
He did them. He talked to the patients. He asked the questions.
So let me ask this. I understand you worked with him at specialty and y'all formed a relationship. Maybe he was going to start this clinic. He and his wife were going to start this clinic. And he invited you to come work for him.
Yes.
What was the draw for you to go work for him?
Well, at the time, when he asked me to come work for him, I was working nights at Select and I wanted a day shift position. And when he opened up his clinic and asked me to work for him, that's really why I went over there and started working for him, because it was a daytime job.
Okay, all right. Okay, so did you bill any insurance for him?
No.
Did you ever document anything in a chart for him?
No.
Did you get arrested because of this that took place?
Yes.
You did get arrested. What were the reasons that you got arrested?
Conspiracy to commit healthcare fraud.
And did your attorney ever tell you how they determined you were conspiring to commit healthcare fraud?
Yes, because I was recommending patients to him.
Okay. Did you have to serve jail time over this?
Yes.
How much time did you have to serve?
6 months. I was sentenced to 18 months.
Were you the only nurse working for his clinic?
No, it was 4 of us with a nurse practitioner.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah.
Did all 4 have the same type of job you had out in the field?
The nurse practitioner worked in the clinic, but the rest of us did, yes.
So there were three RNs that worked out in the field. Any of them get arrested? Or,
One other nurse did.
Did he or his wife get arrested?
He did, but his wife didn't.
Did he have to serve any type of jail time?
Yes, he served 4 years.
Um, I think it's been asked several times. And sounds like a very unfortunate situation. It's been asked several times. Moving forward, if your license were to be restored and moving forward, what lesson have you carried from this? And I guess what I'm asking is not just don't work for just any doctor. I guess really, I think all of our trials in life teach us life lessons, things that we carry with us for the rest of our life. And so what would you take away from this?
One of my takeaways is that I will pay attention to what's going on in my surroundings and not just lean on what others are saying or doing. I would also use my nursing judgment when it comes to different situations. And in using my nursing judgment, I would pray and ask God for discernment and direction. As I've learned over the course of these few years in my Christian counseling, how to lean and depend on God for different things. Well, for all things really, but more so in situations as what I've been through.
So I'm gonna very bluntly ask this question. During your time working for this doctor, did you at any time do anything that you thought was fraud or wrongful?
At the time when I was working for this doctor, I did not feel like what I was doing was wrong, since I was only doing telemeds, vital signs. But the thing that did make me feel uncomfortable was talking to people in public places. And it's sitting in a car and not in a physician's office. That was different to me. And when I had those feelings, I should have stopped then, but I didn't.
Well, there's a lot of nursing clinical liaisons, marketers. There's lots of those type people out there. That's a job, going out doing assessments and such. I guess what I'm not understanding is, where did they get the proof to incarcerate you for fraud? There had to be some kind, you're innocent to proven guilty. There had to be some kind of proof that you committed fraud. Did your attorney at no time give you any reason? Was that a plea deal that you got your 18 months and served 6?
That was a plea deal to keep me from going to prison for 10 years. Because she kept telling me I'm facing 10 years if I don't take the plea.
So she was saying if you go before a court, you could get up to 10 years if you're proven guilty.
Yeah. And she also told me that against the federal prosecutors, you'll never win. So I didn't understand legal stuff. I went by what she told me. And like I said, whatever she told me to do, that's what I did.
Any additional questions from any other members of the panel?
I have to just, yeah. So, Ms. Covington, that's helpful, the things that you said. I just need to revisit, because I don't have clarity on your understanding of your scope of practice. So can you just tell me basically what the scope of practice of a registered nurse is?
Not right off of my head, I cannot.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna see it as a set of activities, like vital signs, assessments, charting. Or do you see it as more than that, less than that?
It's more than that. It's honesty, integrity,
Right.
things of that nature, not just vital signs are in there doing bedside nursing. It's more to nursing than,
Right, right. So I would like to hear how how you say that you took vital signs and weights, okay, as a registered nurse, whether you thought you were doing nursing or not. If you had somebody as a registered nurse who had a high blood pressure out in the field, what would you do?
I would let,
Or would you have a duty to do something?
yeah, well, I would let the doctor know when I was taking the vital signs or whatever. If their blood pressure was high, let the patient know your blood pressure is higher than the normal standards, 120/70, 120/60, whatever. And I would ask them if they take blood pressure medicines. And if they did, I let the doctor know they take this medicine for high blood pressure or whatever medicine they was taking. And they wouldn't be a candidate for weight loss pills because the weight loss medication elevates your blood pressure.
Exactly. So what you just described, and you do it intuitively, is the nursing process. You've made an assessment, you've made a decision, you have provided education and direction. All of that is within the scope of practice. And so when a registered nurse tells a patient or tells an individual, doesn't have to be someone in the patient setting, something, then they listen. I mean, the people go, oh, this is a nurse telling me this. Her badge says I'm a registered nurse and she's telling me this. So in essence, I'm struggling that you don't see what you were doing in the field is practicing nursing. Do you?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And so if you're doing these things, practicing as a nurse, and you're referring patients for care, which as wonderful as Ms. Montgomery is, she would not have that same power over someone because she's not a registered nurse. She would not be able to refer to a physician or recommend rather.
Mhm.
So I think that's where, I think that's probably where your practice as a nurse was connected very tightly to what was happening. Does that help?
Yes, ma'am. Well, maybe that was why I was charged with conspiracy.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any other questions? Right, is coming in anything you want to address based off that line of questioning you received? Anything you want to address or state right now, or do you want to call your witness?
No, I don't have anything else to say.
Call your witness.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you can state your
Shaughnessy Smith.
statement, or she's going to ask you questions.
I wasn't prepared to give a statement, but I can pretty much come off the dome. She's a very insightful and caring person, so it's not hard to speak on her character. Any questions?
All right, Ms. Walker, any questions? Well, first, you want to say anything, or?
Yes, I would. Just if you don't mind me, just go ahead and just freelance in this. As her daughter, I just want to say that I know that if rewarded or restored, if her license are restored. Or I'm sure my mother will go back over the ethical code of nursing. I'm sure she would go and revisit this and look at the educational side of it. So that way she can be able to instill those standards back into her, into her knowledge. So that way she can to deliver the proper care as needed. But my mother, I wrote a couple of pointers down that I wanted to state as Mr. Walker were asking questions. He stated that, that her license were taken, but I later I heard him say that she voluntarily surrendered her license. So I wanted to make sure that that was stated. She does work for the USM Child Care Center, and the students are, they love her. They, one of the teachers were texting on the way here, saying how much, one little girl in particular just loves Miss Smith. And I think her dad is an attorney, but, she takes very good care of the students in our community, and the kiddos, and they just love her. We saw growth, in the daycare with their, educational numbers. So, she's just an all-around great caregiver. She has taken care of multiple seniors in our home. My mother has taken them into the home, placed them in a room. And she takes care of seniors in our community. One who recently died a couple of months ago, but my mother saw to it that she got the proper care she needed, and she was able to identify these different medical conditions and able to get her back to the hospital before dying, which means that, there were some things that she saw in the home that the doctors missed. So it was just good to see her back and, just able to see my mother back in her passion, working in her passion. She does have, did you bring reference letters?
They sent them in.
Okay. So she has reference letters, but I just wanted to say that she came off of probation early. And the Dismissed Charities, I don't know if you guys are familiar with this facility back in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, but she was able to be released early from this specific satellite agent or satellite halfway house. And not only that, the counselors there stated that she would be the poster individual that they would use as an example for others to follow. So that spoke to her character as well. And we were excited to know that she was getting released off of house arrest that particular day. So this was far in advance for her to be released. And so just taking in consideration all of these great things, and her also using, taking her time to indulge in another career, not knowing if she'd get a nursing license back, spoke volumes to me as her daughter. So it's just been amazing to see her matriculate into the woman that she has become under so much pressure being, in the public light. So I just wanted to speak to that. Thank you.
Mr. Walker may have some questions for you, and the members of the hearing panel may have questions. Any questions, Mr. Walker?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the hearing panel for this witness?
I'd like to add one more thing, Attorney General, and that is my mother, just through her ambition for her passion for nursing, made me figure out that I didn't want to do nursing. I wanted to be a social worker. And because she has given her all, Mr. Walker, I speak to you as well, because she's given her all as a nurse, I give my all as a social worker on a master's level. I just received my approval letter for doctorate into the social work program, but I say this because of my passion, that the passion that my mother has set before me in her nursing career. And so I just wanted to say that I'm very grateful to have a mother who has been an encouragement to other young men and women in the nursing field, who has only went from not only being a CNA, but LPN and RN. My brother is now an RN. Because of this, and multiple others in the family. I won't go on, I'll spare you that. But just to say that this woman here beside me has really shown her passion, not only just and her love for people and to meet people where they are, but she will, she just shows so much character and so much passion, and that is where I get mine from. So thank you, I'm done.
Anything else you want to add to your case in support of your petition, Ms. Covington?
No, ma'am, I don't have anything else to say.
Yes, at this time, all right. We'll begin now with closing statements, beginning with, you, Ms. Covington, and then Mr. Walker.
I would just like to ask that the panel will have compassion on me in their decision. That's it. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I just want to remind the panel that Ms. Covington's here today asking for a license to be restored. That's her burden to carry. And in doing so, I just again remind y'all the factors to consider, and that's how long it's been since she practiced, circumstances that led to her losing her license, her ability to practice nursing safely, her conduct since she lost her license, and lastly, and more importantly, if the public's protected, if she gets her license back. Thank you, Your Honor.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on case number 2023-0160. Second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session. We'll deliberate and return with its decision. Right, we are back on the record, well.
I text. He's on his way.
We are back on the record. I will announce the board's decision in case number 2023-0160 involving the licensee, Ms. Freda Covington. The board, the hearing panel voted to grant your petition for restoration after you have obtained two courses. One is the reorientation to nursing course offered at Hines. And then the other is a three-part course, scope of practice course, bringing the nursing scope and standards to life, parts 1, 2, and 3, totaling about 14 hours. After completion of those two courses, you'll be allowed to obtain an unrestricted license. So you should receive a copy of this order in the mail within 45 days. Once you receive that order, in the event you don't want to appeal or move forward with the order, that's what you'll need to first speak with the compliance officer here at the board and make sure that the courses you identify are board approved and match and or satisfy the final order. So you have those two, the reorientation to nursing course, and then the scope of practice, bringing the nursing scope and standards to life, parts 1, 2, and 3 course. That's it. Do you have any questions for me?
Yes, ma'am. You said I need to talk to him today about those courses or once I call the school.
Yeah, she's here today. Oh, so yeah, you can talk to her today to make sure that the courses that y'all are on point with the courses that you identify that you're gonna take to satisfy the hearing panel's decision, just to make sure you're not picking the wrong course, you know, and working on the wrong course. So yeah, once y'all work together to identify the two courses that satisfy the terms of this final order, then you begin on that. And once you submit written verification of successful completion of these two courses, then you can obtain your your restored nursing license.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, okay. Are they virtual?
The courses, I think one is in person, the other I don't know.
Okay. Well, I can try it.
Yeah, and so yeah, the compliance officer here at the board can help you. But those are the two courses, I mean, yeah, you must complete and show proof to the board that you completed them before you can obtain that unrestricted license.
Do the course have to be taken at Hines Community College, being that she's driving from Hattiesburg?
So I think that's where the compliance officer come
Okay.
in.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
so I make sure y'all identify the course that will satisfy the, terms of this final order.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
All righty,
Okay, thank you so much.
no problem.
And thank you to the board.
Yeah.
We appreciate you.
Better. And, we'll return back on the record at 11. All right, we are back on the record. I will call up the next matter on the docket. Case number 2024-1237 involving the licensee, Ms. Holly Houston Ellis. I am Kristen Love, and I will serve as the hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I'll ask the members of the hearing panel for this case to state their names for the record.
Janelle Moody, RN.
Jeremy Cummins, LPN.
Harley Walker, LPN. And I'm Mary Stewart, I'll serve as alternate.
Will the attorney representing the board state the name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
And is the licensee, Ms. Ellis, present?
Yes, I am.
And Ms. Ellis, are you represented by counsel?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand you have the right to have an attorney represent you? You understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes,
And do you understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by this board on your behalf?
yes,
And understanding all of this, you wish to proceed with your hearing today without an attorney?
yes.
Now I want to identify the individuals in attendance that will give testimony. If you're going to testify, please state your name for the record.
My name is Bridget Walton.
Jim Walton and Ms. Ellis, will you testify on your behalf today?
Yes,
At this time, the court reporter will swear you both in.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, sorry. We would like to introduce B1 through B8. And then on behalf of Ms. Ellis, we have P1 through P5.
Right, Ms. Ellis, do you have any objection to the admission of exhibits B1 through B8 into the record for today's hearing?
No, ma'am.
Right, those are admitted. Now, Mr. Walker, any objection to P1 through P5 being admitted into the record for today's hearing?
No, Your Honor.
Right, those are admitted. We'll proceed as follows. We'll have opening statements, hear arguments from each side, allow for questioning, and at the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, allow for closing statements. Ms. Ellis, I understand this is your petition, so you can begin now with the opening statement if you have one, and then Mr. Walker will give one if he has one.
Okay, the only statement is I just would like to thank the board for, taking the time to consider my petition at this time. That's all I have to say.
Mr. Walker?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Ellis was licensed as an LPN in 2007. And then 10 years later, in 2017, she surrendered her license. In that surrender, she admitted to diverting phenobarbital from a facility in 2014. Those actions led to obtaining a charge of, she pled guilty to obtaining possession of a controlled substance by fraud and was placed under supervision of DOC for 5 years. The plea was withheld pending her completion of drug court. Ms. Ellis's license to practice nursing expired in 2015, and it has been a decade at least since she practiced nursing. Today, Ms. Ellis is here asking for the restoration of her license, and in considering the restoration of her license to practice nursing, we'd ask the panel to consider how long it's been since she practiced, the circumstances that led to her losing her license, her ability to practice nursing safely, her conduct since she lost her license, and if the public will be protected if her license is restored. Thank you, Your Honor.
At this time, Ms. Ellis, you may present your case in support of your petition. Mr. Walker may have some questions for you, and then the board may have questions for you.
Thank you. I did surrender my license. I did complete drug court successfully, non-adjudicated. I have done great strides to maintain my recovery. I've not had any relapse or any issues with that. I've worked hard on obtaining, classes and trying to keep current. My behavior was unacceptable and I hate the situation that happened, but it was a good thing as far as me being a better person and where I am today in my life.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Walker?
Yeah, a few, Your Honor. Ms. Ellis, for the record, will you state your name and your current place of employment?
My name is Holly Houston Ellis and I'm currently employed at Life Help Region 6 Mental Health Center.
What do you do there?
I am a peer bridger and peer support, and I also do mobile crisis.
How long have you been at Region One?
I have been there since 2021.
It's about 4 years roughly. Um, in that position, do you have to have a certification or some type of license?
You do have to have certification.
So what's your certification?
My certification is certified peer support specialist with emphasis also in recovery. And I also am a certified peer bridger.
And when did you obtain those certifications?
It would be in 2022. I'm not sure about the exact month.
What were you, before 2021, before you started at Region One, where were you at then, before that?
I was assistant manager and the Holden manager at Family Dollar in Clarksdale, Mississippi.
You know, approximately when you started that?
I'm not sure exactly on the thing. I can look, I know I was there 5 years. Through my whole, my time, the course of when I was in the drug court.
Okay, so that was why you were in drug court?
Right. Mhm.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about, what happened in 2014? I know you admitted that you diverted, and you kind of said a little bit about it a while ago, but what led to that?
Well, it was slowly a period of time of multiple, and I say this as a fact. I don't like use this because it kind of blurs and say like it's excuse, but I had different surgeries and my main thing was mainly opioids, and slow over time that I've had an opioid habit. And then as time went on, I was going to a doctor for antidepressants and have prescribed Xanax as well.
When did that start, do you think, would you say?
That would probably, it was years before, and not that it was a problem, but I know that I did not take them correctly.
You know, so that happened, you diverted in, September of 2014 was what this has. So how many years before 2014?
I would say probably 5.
Around 2009?
Mhm.
Would you say that's? I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm
Okay,
just trying to clarify. So you said that you know you weren't taking them correctly. So would you say you started abusing them around 2009?
And I would say that I would take them to the point of impairment, but I know that if I had a surgery or I had something, I would go to the doctor and he would re-prescribe, longer than probably was necessary. And then over time, that became a thing that I knew that, if I went to a doctor for something, I didn't go so much seeking that, but that would be a first thing, that was given to me.
And you're saying that it started, because of surgeries and issues you
Mhm.
had?
Mhm.
Did you, before you had any medical procedures, did you take anything prior to that?
No.
Did you ever take any illegal substances or have any other drug uses?
I did. I wouldn't, I would say that, like in my 20s and stuff, as far as I've done marijuana and other things like that.
Um, so did you, at this time you were in Clarksdale working at Delta Manor, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Where were you at before then?
I was at Clarksdale Nursing Center,
How long did you work at there at Clarksdale?
4 years, roughly 3.5, 4 years.
During that time, did you divert any medication or narcotics?
No, I didn't.
So was this incident at Delta Manor, was that the only incident of diversion?
That was the incident of diversion. No, it was not.
How many times do you think you divert? I'm not looking for.
I can't remember, but I know if there was something that was supposed to have been wasted, like if a patient wouldn't take it, I would take it.
So just whenever it was
Well, whenever, the last year.
in that 2014 time period?
Yes, 2014 period.
Did you ever work under the influence there or anything?
Yes, I would believe so. And I say that not trying to interrupt you, not saying like that I would take some and then go to work. But if I took some at night and took more Xanax at night and woke up and you're groggy from the effects of it, I look at that as working under the influence also.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay.
I already asked that, but you just started, nothing happened in your life other than the medical procedures that you had. Is that what I understand your testimony is?
Well, that, and I was also burning the candle at both ends. My mother was at home and was total care also. So I was nursing during the day and then coming home and nursing during the night.
So what kind of, based on that, what kind of support system do you have now?
I have a good support system. I have a husband. I have the majority of my friends are in recovery or they don't have any issues at all. I'm very active in my community. I'm very active in my church. I work at another church also. I mean, I just have because I believe the way to get out of addiction is not to isolate and to be productive and to be part of your community.
What's your date of sobriety?
December 10th, 2015.
This will be 10 years for you.
Yes, I'm not.
Do you have a sponsor?
Yeah, this is my sponsor, Bridget Walton.
How long has she been your sponsor?
She's been my sponsor, what, 6 years? About 6 years. My first sponsor relapse. So I've had a sponsor the entire time, so.
And you said your first sponsor relapsed?
Yes.
Have you, if you've been sober, so you went in, you were under custody for DOC, is that correct?
Correct.
For how long?
How long was I given drug court?
Yeah.
5 years.
So this was, I guess I was trying to match up your date of sobriety.
Okay.
This was after you got. This is
I
before you.
started drug court in December.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Do you have any plans on what you want to do if your license is restored?
I know that my opportunities will be limited. I know that I will probably, could work in a doctor's clinic or whatever's available around me. I don't know. I do like the mental health field, but there's not any room for that as far as LPNs in my area. It's mainly RNs. I don't know what my chances would be to go back to school and, for an RN and work in the mental health field.
And I was gonna ask you this other, so I'm not trying to jump around on, but do you attend AA meetings?
Yes.
So what else is different from, I guess, because some time has passed, so I know it's a lot to say, but what have you done differently now that you weren't doing back in 2014 and before 2015 when you got sober?
Oh, everything. I mean, everything. I wasn't taking care of myself. I wasn't doing anything. I really, now I attend, even though with all this time passed, I still go to at least 3 meetings a week. I still keep in regular contact with not only my sponsor, but other people in recovery. I work on all areas of my health as far as like exercising healthy, yoga. I just gave up vaping a month ago. I mean, just everything.
Have you ever had any problems with alcohol or anything?
No.
It was just always opiates and
Right.
Xanax. Would you be willing to drug screen and go to meetings and maybe have restrictions on your license? Is that something you're able to do?
Yes, because I've been doing that already. So I mean, that's what they asked me when I got out of drug court. What are you going to do different? I'm like, nothing except not come to court. I still do all the things that were required of me in drug court. I drug tested for them. I've been drug testing for y'all for, lab, on affinity. I've been doing that even before that because I was kind of confused about, when I sent my packet in the first time, that was the thing that was lacking was the drug testing from that. And I had tried to get from drug court all my drug tests and they said, well, we don't keep them if it's not, if it's not a reason for a sanction. We don't, keep all the negative screens. I've told my employer to please feel free to drug test me at any time. I have no problem with drug testing and I go to meetings regularly.
It was the last day you practiced nursing whenever you got caught.
Mhm.
So why'd you wait? So I know you had a non-adjudication, you were in drug court, but why'd you wait so long to reapply?
Well, when I came in front of the nursing board and I relinquished my license at the time, I needed to, I needed to focus on myself. I needed to get the foundation. I needed to get my life and get my recovery. I wanted a strong recovery and to work on myself and to get through drug court and to do all the requirements that are, that were going to be asked of me through them. And so, when I waited so long, like I said, once I completed drug court and then I sent in, the application, then I did another year of testing. But I mean, I've been steady taking, class, I hadn't just been dormant. I mean, I've been steady taking classes, steady going to things, steady going to conferences, anything that I can to further educate myself.
Okay. Are you are you worried at all about relapse? Is that an issue for you that you think? Or maybe that's not a fair question.
Okay.
That's not,
I know.
do you think that's possible?
I would like to say no, but I don't want to sound cocky because you don't want to ever forget you're an addict. But do I think I work hard so that it's not? I've been through a lot of things in recovery that, once you make the acceptance that you are an addict, and there is no reason for me to ever put any kind of substance in my body. And I have had, things happen. I've had major dental stuff. I've had stitches. I've had all kinds of things, different things that have happened when I've been in my recovery, and that has never been an issue. And one of it is the honesty and the forthcoming that every doctor, every dentist, everything on all my paperwork, it tells you my history. What are you allergic to? Opioids and all mood altering substance. I had to add that part because the dentist said, well, you may need some Valium. No, and I said, all mood up, you have to be an advocate for yourself.
That was going to be my next question. So is that if something happens and you have, because things happen,
Uh-huh.
and heaven forbid you have to have a procedure, is that a
Right.
concern for you?
No, because I've got a plan in place with my sponsor. We've talked about that. You have to do that. You have to be, that's already on my record. And that needs to be, handled before, like, let's say I was discharged from the hospital or something like that.
Do you, because it's been a long time since you have practiced, why, can you tell me why you think you'd be safe to practice after all this time?
Because it's still in my brain to think like a nurse and the things and I said, and I've constantly taken classes, I've taken refresher course. I've taken so much that I've constantly been around it and been around nursing. I haven't, done anything like, practice nursing or anything, but I believe I could safely, I believe I could safely render the force.
So you have the burden, so why should the panel grant you your license back?
Well, I've done everything that I think that I possibly can do. If there, I've done it to the best of my ability. I've, my life is 100% different than in what it was. It's not even recognizable to me. And the remorse I feel and the behavior that I did was unacceptable. But I just hope you could, consider and give me the consideration for it. I really, I don't know, kind of a loss for word, for a loss of words, but I also know that, this is not, this is, this is something that I would like, and I would like to, and because I was a good nurse until the addiction got in the way.
I have no further questions.
Any questions from the hearing panel for Ms. Ellis? All right, Ms. Ellis, would you like to call your witness?
Hi, my name's Bridget and I'm Holly's sponsor. And I first met her about 9 years ago when she started coming to 12-step meetings. I've been sponsoring her for about 6 years. And she has had continuous recovery from all mood altering substances, even alcohol. She has worked steps. She sponsors other women and she's even attended meetings in our area. We have meetings where they sign papers for drug court or like nursing board. We have we have meetings that don't. And our home group meeting actually does not sign papers. But Holly's first demonstration of willingness to be in recovery was shown to me when she attended the meetings that would not sign papers. And that showed me there that it was more than just drug court. It was about living a different way. And in the time that she's been clean, her son has also come into recovery. And I would think that that could have only happened due to her being in recovery. She helps out and volunteers in our community. She is a person of integrity. She also presents at her job, her current job now. She demonstrates empathy and compassion for the population that she serves. I trust Holly to watch my dogs, and that speaks a lot of her. I wouldn't do that for just anybody. But I think what's most important is no matter what happens today, whether she is granted her nursing license back or not, I know that Holly will remain clean and live a life. And everything that she's done, whether it be for the nursing board or for drug court, it was for more than that. It was for her to live a quality life. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Walker, for Ms. Walton?
Just one. You said she watches your dogs, but
I don't have any children, so I just wanted to clarify that.
I guess my question is, because you've known her for 9 years
Mhm.
and you clearly sponsor her, so what would be your biggest concern for her in her getting her license back?
My biggest concern, I guess, would be like choosing where she works. There's not a lot of opportunity in Clarksdale, but we have several nursing homes where she's worked before. We have one hospital, but I guess it's having that restriction, if there was a restriction, I've just been kind of listening today, but I know today she does demonstrate a strong path of recovery, but I guess it would be like her always continuing on her path of recovery and doing what she needs to do, never forgetting that she's an addict and just still making right choices.
Thank you.
Any questions from the hearing panel for Ms. Walton? This concludes, Ms. Ellis, do you have anything you want to add to your case in support of your petition?
No, ma'am, I really don't. I'm gonna keep on doing the best I can and keep trying to help others. And I'm just, like I said, I really appreciate you giving me your time and consideration today.
But we will conclude the hearing now and begin with closing statements, starting with you, Ms. Ellis, and then Mr. Walker.
I really don't have any closing statements that I've already said, but I just know that I have worked very hard on my recovery, and I really have been able. I will work on anything that is put in front of me. I've worked on all of this. I work on whatever recommendations you give for me, and I will continue to work on whatever happens today. I will continue to also not work on my nursing career, but also work on myself and to help others in the community.
Yeah, I just want to remind the panel that Ms. Ellis is here. She has the burden. This is a restoration. And I just mentioned again the factors that I mentioned earlier. To consider how long it's been since she practiced nursing, what led to her losing her license, her ability to practice nursing safely, and since losing her license, her conducts, and lastly and importantly, what if the public will be protected if her petition is granted. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. This concludes the hearing in case number 2024-1237. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed session to determine whether grounds exist to go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
Make that motion.
All in favor? Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on this case.
Make that motion.
All in favor? Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session. All right, we are back on the record. I will announce the board's decision in case number 2024 1237 involving the licensee, Ms. Holly Houston Ellis. The board voted to grant your petition upon completion of a nurse refresher course. So once you complete the nurse refresher course, you will be allowed to obtain an unrestricted license. So restoration upon completion of that course. You will meet with the compliance officer just to make sure you identify the course that satisfies this particular final order. And upon completion of that and how to submit that written verification that you completed that course, you at that time, you will obtain the unrestricted license.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody on the board.
Any questions for me?
No.
All right, this concludes the announcement of the board's decision in that case.
Okay.
It's- I understand the board has ASPs outstanding that it will review and may announce today or tomorrow or sometime before the end of the week. But as far as actual hearings, the board is for the thank you all for your service.